une todas as culturas e transforma um mundo em um só. E faz parte da cultura inglesa trazer este mundo até você. Aprender inglês de verdade, de forma dinâmica e divertida, com aulas ao vivo pela internet, faz parte da cultura inglesa. Com os professores mais capacitados do mercado, que te ajudarão a falar inglês desde a primeira aula. Ser a escola de inglês mais completa, com as melhores condições de pagamento, faz parte da cultura inglesa. O mundo faz parte da cultura inglesa. O inglês une todas as culturas e transforma um mundo em um só. E faz parte da cultura inglesa trazer este mundo até você. Aprender inglês de verdade, de forma dinâmica e divertida, com aulas ao vivo pela internet, faz parte da cultura inglesa. Com os professores mais capacitados do mercado, que te ajudarão a falar inglês desde a primeira aula. Ser a escola de inglês mais completa, com as melhores condições de pagamento, faz parte da cultura inglesa. O mundo faz parte da cultura inglesa. une todas as culturas e transforma um mundo em um só. E faz parte da cultura inglesa trazer este mundo até você. Aprender inglês de verdade, de forma dinâmica e divertida, com aulas ao vivo pela internet, faz parte da cultura inglesa. Com os professores mais capacitados do mercado que te ajudarão a falar inglês desde a primeira aula. Ser a escola de inglês mais completa, com as melhores condições de pagamento, faz parte da cultura inglesa. O mundo faz parte da cultura inglesa. transforma um mundo em um só. E faz parte da cultura inglesa trazer este mundo até você. Aprender inglês de verdade, de forma dinâmica e divertida, com aulas ao vivo pela internet, faz parte da cultura inglesa. Com os professores mais capacitados do mercado que te ajudarão a falar inglês desde a primeira aula. Ser a escola de inglês mais completa, com as melhores condições de pagamento, faz parte da cultura inglesa. O mundo faz parte da cultura inglesa.
No fim do túnel, siga sem medo. Bem-vindo a Summer's Rift. Segundos para a liberação das tropas. Tropas liberadas. destruído. A torre da equipe vermelha foi destruída. Executado. Vermelha foi destruído.
O inglês une todas as culturas e transforma um mundo em um só. E faz parte da cultura inglesa trazer este mundo até você. Aprender inglês de verdade, de forma dinâmica e divertida, com aulas ao vivo pela internet, faz parte da cultura inglesa. Com os professores mais capacitados do mercado, que te ajudarão a falar inglês desde a primeira aula. Será a escola de inglês mais completa, com as melhores condições de pagamento, faz parte da cultura inglesa. O mundo faz parte da cultura inglesa. O inglês une todas as culturas e transforma um mundo em um só. E faz parte da cultura inglesa trazer este mundo até você. Aprender inglês de verdade, de forma dinâmica e divertida, com aulas ao vivo pela internet, faz parte da cultura inglesa. Com os professores mais capacitados do mercado, que te ajudarão a falar inglês desde a primeira aula. Ser a escola de inglês mais completa, com as melhores condições de pagamento, faz parte da cultura inglesa. O mundo faz parte da cultura inglesa.
Os fracos temem as sombras. O medo os controla. É seu filho.
Tolos inteiros.
Não há cura para os seus.
As pessoas temem o que não conseguem entender.
Os fracos temem as sombras. O medo os controla.
Cabeças de bagre.
O inglês une todas as culturas e transforma um mundo em um só. E faz parte da cultura inglesa trazer este mundo até você. Aprender inglês de verdade, de forma dinâmica e divertida, com aulas ao vivo pela internet, faz parte da cultura inglesa. Com os professores mais capacitados do mercado, que te ajudarão a falar inglês desde a primeira aula. Ser a escola de inglês mais completa, com as melhores condições de pagamento, faz parte da cultura inglesa. O mundo faz parte da cultura inglesa.
Bem-vindo a Summer's Rift. Segundos para a liberação das tropas. O invocador foi reconectado. Tropas liberadas.
Triple kill para a equipe azul. A torre da equipe vermelha foi destruída.
todas as culturas e transforma um mundo em um só. E faz parte da cultura inglesa trazer este mundo até você. Aprender inglês de verdade, de forma dinâmica e divertida, com aulas ao vivo pela internet, faz parte da cultura inglesa. Com os professores mais capacitados do mercado que te ajudarão a falar inglês desde a primeira aula. Ser a escola de inglês mais completa, com as melhores condições de pagamento, faz parte da cultura inglesa. O mundo faz parte da cultura inglesa.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the finals between Team 3 and Team 11 for the Cultura Inglesa League of Legends tournament. My name is Trevor Audio Goodrich, and I'm going to be your caster and your guide for today's wonderful festivities. In this tournament, students were divided into groups according to their English level and then their role in the League of Legends game. This is a fantastic opportunity for all these students to practice their English in a very different and fun environment where they are communicating with their team in order to achieve a common goal. I have just been loving watching these games so far. We've seen a tons of ups and downs, pop-off plays, and just crazy shenanigans, and I'm sure these final games will be no different. But we have been playing games all day, so let's take a look at the bracket and how these two teams got to where they are right now. As you can see, Team 3 took down Team number 6 in the semifinals. I believe that was the game that was just watched, and they'll be going up against Team 11, who made it past Team number 12 to make it to the grand finales. Now, in difference to the previous games you just saw, this will be a best of 3. So we'll get to watch these teams adapt over the entire series instead of just one game where if you don't do something right, it's kind of over from there. These are my favorite kind of games where you can really see the adaptability of each squad and how they react to different things that happen throughout the series. If one champion doesn't work, maybe try a different one out in the next game, and that's an opportunity you just don't get in a best of 1. But we are going to be getting into picks and bans as quickly as we can. I am so excited for this matchup. I'm specifically keeping my eyes on the Ezreal we saw from Dino there in the last game. He completely popped off on that pick, the ADC in the bot lane, and just demolishing people left and right. But without further ado, the moment you've all been waiting for, let's get into the picks and bans. That's an opportunity you just don't get in a best of 1. As you can see, it is going to be team number 3 on the blue side and team number red on the red. Sorry, team 11 on the red side. Now, both these teams will only be getting 3 bans going into this match. The first one is going to be Master Yi. A lot of these players will be trying to pick comfortable champions that they know that they can perform on, rather than what is more oftenly referred to as the meta in League of Legends. And right there, you can see that Ezreal banned away. I was talking about Dinosaur 3000 in the last game, the semifinals. He just completely destroyed the enemy team. If you watch that game, there is no reason you can give Ezreal back over to that ban. Yasuo going to be the second ban for team number 3. They're targeting a lot of those late game hyper carries. These are champions that if you let them go on long enough, even if you're winning, once they get enough resources, they're just going to take over the game by themselves. Team 11, though, really targeting those kind of early game picks, those skillful champions that they know that their enemies play. They know that they can play them at a super high level, and they just want to make sure that they're not going to get them. Put them on something they may be a bit more uncomfortable with, and that could find you the victory. Number 3, they're targeting a lot of those late game hyper carries. These are champions that if you let them go on long enough, Mordekai's are going to be the last ban here for team number 3. They're just going to take over the game by themselves. And once we see this final ban from team 11, we'll get to start seeing how these compositions are actually going to roll out. What I want to see from these two squads is really focus on the skirmishing power. If you can get champions that excel in these 1v1, 2v2 small fights around the map, that is probably the best way to get an advantage here in this current state of League of Legends. Fighting around objectives, pressuring your enemies early on. Yes, you can go for the more standard team fight champions and just wait to scale up to the end of the game, but I mean, that's boring. Blitzcrank going to be locked in here. First pick for team number 3. This was a champion that they did pull out in their semifinals. It was Blueface 2004 that piloted that one as well. And he had a really great performance. He was a big reason as to why Dinosaur was able to pop off on this Ezreal. So I love to see him returning to that pick. Ezreal going to be off the table, so we'll see what else Dinosaur has in his champion pool, that Blitzcrank. I'm looking at some aggressive marksmen like the Tristana. Maybe you go for the Caitlyn that has been gaining a lot of popularity lately. If you want to get really spicy, you can grab the Ballista instead. Team 11, though, they're going for a bit of a different style. They want to get that front line. They want to get the late game scaling that we talked about earlier. If you can last long enough with these two champions, Shen and Orianna, they are going to be so strong that it's going to be hard to deal with them, even if you have a massive advantage. So I do like the strategy from Team 11. They saw Team 3 in that semifinal. They saw how scary they can be, especially early on, ending the game in under 25 minutes. And they said, hey, if we can just avoid them for the first 10 or 15 minutes, get some of our items, then it won't matter if they're better fighters because we're going to have just better scaling champions. But back to the Graves, back to the Zoe goes team number 3. So far, a complete recreation of their composition from the semifinals. Notably, though, like we've said already, the Ezreal is going to be missing from that. So we'll have to see Dinosaur go on to a new champion. And I am just loving this draft more and more from Team 11. The Jax is going to come in. This Caitlyn is going to be hovered and then locked in as well. There is so much scaling on this squad, but they're still not useless in the early game either. Jax is a powerful 1v1 dueler in the right matchup, and into the Wukong will have at least a decent time post-6 being able to hold his own. And the Caitlyn plus Shen bottom lane is one that is so good at combating this Blitzcrank and Kai'Sa. If Caitlyn is able to get out of the lane with an advantage, she just starts to take over the map. She roams around in different lanes. She starts breaking down structures. And the biggest thing about Kai'Sa is that she does not have the greatest early laning phase. Now, the Blitzcrank would normally try to make up for that by finding some cheeky hooks, pulls onto his enemies that can set up for Kai'Sa to get some free kills and get some early gold into her pocket. But actually, we do see it is going to be a Shen in a top lane. That would be a mid lane Jax. But the Karma plus Caitlyn means that you're going to have so much range and so much poke that if that Blitzcrank doesn't ever land their hooks, it's going to be almost impossible for Kai'Sa to really do anything because she's just getting poked down from a mile away. But if Blueface 2004 is able to hook any of those champions in, it is going to just be a heyday. They're going to just destroy them because both of those champions are very squishy. But enough talking about the draft. We're going to go into a very short break, guys, as these players get ready for game number 1 of this best of 3. Don't go anywhere. The final match is coming up soon. And welcome back, everybody, to this first game of the Cultura Inglesia's League of Legends Tournament Grand Finals between team number 3 and team number 11. We do have some fantastic compositions coming through from both squads. One a bit more tailored to the early game, one a bit more focused on that late game scaling. Let's get right into the action, ladies and gentlemen. Not wait any longer. I know you've all been waiting for this moment. It's ready to get you in game. And we're on the Rift. As you can see, it is going to be that Shen in the top lane, Jax in the mid lane, Caitlyn, Karma on the bot side. Actually, Jax jungle, Fiorion in the mid lane, excuse me. Definitely interesting to see a Jax jungle. This is not a pick that has been around for a long time. Jax more typically a top laner, but it does have a kit that's uniquely suited to the jungle, being able to dodge the auto attacks and avoid a lot of damage, and especially Post 6 has an incredibly fast fleet. So I do like this choice. I like that they're bringing out a couple of new things, a couple of things that they're comfortable with that the community as a large may not see quite as often. Makes for some more interesting gameplay. But where I want to focus is definitely on this bottom lane. Caitlyn Karma versus Kaisa Blitzcrank. This can go one of two ways. Blueface either lands these hooks and Kaisa starts to get massively ahead, as you can see her already poking out Caitlyn after getting level 2. Or if Blitzcrank is not able to get the hooks and they're not able to pressure this Caitlyn and Karma out of lane, this duo can really start to take over the laning phase, get a lot of gold from those turret plates, and accrue a massive advantage for their squad. So I am putting a lot of eyes onto Blueface specifically with this Blitzcrank. It is a make or break pick for his squad. He has a really good dodge there on the Karma Q. And that Blitzcrank hook does have a very long cooldown. It costs quite a bit of mana, so you can't throw it out willy-nilly. You have to kind of pick and choose your moments of where you want to go for a fight. Right now, the wave is pushing under the turret. He does find that grab, and right away, the heal comes through, the flash away. Caitlyn will just barely make it out of that one alive. She is going to be able to pick up this farm under turret, but that's exactly what you want to see from Blueface and this Blitzcrank. Land those hooks onto the Caitlyn, poke her down, make it so that she has to be put into danger every time she walks up to grab some of this farm. This top lane should be a bit more steady than the other lanes. Wukong and Shen don't have a lot of damage early on, but the mid lane, a good Sleepy Bubble triple lands. Krutz does not have any other abilities to follow it up, but a big chunk out onto the Orianna as Graves comes in for a game. Back up to the top side, it is just going to be Shen trying to hold this wave out in front of the turret. Once those minions go underneath the turret, they become much harder to actually last hit. You won't get any gold if the turret finishes them off for you. So you can see him just trying to hold it outside the turret range so that he can make sure he picks them all up. Has already gotten a very good CS lead for himself. He is fairly healthy, with both players being at about half HP, but Shen gets the added bonus of not having to worry about mana. So Wukong will be going back to base to refill that mana and health bar, and is currently about 15 CS down, with a big wave still there for Shen to complete. I am definitely impressed with Helta already up here in the top side. Once he gets level 6, he's going to be able to make some very big plays with the rest of his squad. I'm looking at him to team up with Rizenko on this Jax. Jax is a very good champion at being able to jump into the enemy team. And Shen, with his teleport onto an ally, you can essentially bring 2 people into the fight with that combination, if you can pull it off correctly. Can also just be used to save a teammate or get out of a sticky situation. A lot of flexibility with the draft from Team 11 here. Not a lot of early aggression coming out from either squad, which is to be expected. Both of these teams have champions that do very well the later the game goes on. So I am expecting both these squads to just try to get as many resources as they can in the first 15 to 20 minutes, and then look for some fight afterwards. Blueface is going to be looking for Caitlyn once again. She's out of mana, nowhere to go, but the speed up from Karma is going to be enough. No, it's not. First blood for Dinosaur 3000. He carried his team in the semifinals, and he's looking to do it again here in game number 1 of the grand finals on the Kai'Sa. An early kill is exactly what the doctor ordered. And now you can see level 6 coming in from this Shen, so keep your eyes on Helta. Where is he going to decide to use his first ultimate and when? He is already sitting over 20 CS up over his counterpart. But while the top lane is going phenomenally for Team 11, the bottom lane is going just as well for Team number 3. They got the kill onto the Kai'Sa. She is also over 10 CS ahead of her counterpart, and they got the Ocean Drake on top of it. But they may have gone a little bit too far, as here the team is going to come in to try to turn things around. They are going to bring Helta in. There's that first ultimate I talked about. They tried to get that combo with Rizenko on the flash, but they do not find anybody. Force some summoners out, but that's going to be just about it. Open wall comes the hook right in the face. And Karma's going to have to flash away to safety. Surprisingly, no kills going over in that fight. And both teams will walk away, breathing a sigh of relief that none of their members did fall. Blueface, although he is only about 1/4 HP, is still aggressively looking for these hooks. This is what I love to see from Blitzcrank, but he has to be careful because Dinosaur is very low on mana, so may not want to fight quite yet. They're just going to be looking to shove this wave under the tower and go back to base to spend some of that gold. Remember, this Kai'Sa has not been back to base since she got that first blood, so a lot of gold sitting in her pocket. She's going to be able to come back with a massive advantage over the Caitlyn. 1v1 up here on the top side. Wukong throws everything in the kitchen sink at Shen, but just does no damage. This man is already so tanky. As you can see, Helta comfortably just sticking around, says, "This isn't your lane anymore, get out of here." A lot of it coming down to the fact that Shen has been able to go back to base and buy multiple items, while just a longsword in the inventory for Wukong. We'll see if Lewis Carroll can do anything more. He's just going to peek his head and say hello and then walk away. Currently, these teams are neck and neck going into the 8.5 minute mark. Just a 200 gold advantage for team number 3, and a lot of that in the pockets of Dinosaur. When you have all of your gold funneled in one person, it can be dangerous. Good dodge there by Pedro. He's able to juke away from the Sleepy Ball Trouble, which means that he'll take a little bit of damage, but will not go down. Another fantastic hook from Face. And one more auto attack should seal the deal. Dinosaur, he's going to use the ultimate to ensure that kill goes through. 2-0 now on the Kai'Sa, continuing his dominance. And Caitlyn will have to try to defend this turret without an ally to help her. Crudes goes in, pops the Ignite that he picked up off the ground, but doesn't hit any of the follow-up CC, so Pedro will once again just barely slink away with his life. Now, not a lot on the map to fight for. There is just the one objective of the Rift Herald up at the top side, but right now that is in Team 11 territory. If you want to go to the top half of the map, you're going to have to deal with Helta, who is incredibly strong right now on this Shen. And I don't think Team 3 wants anything to do with him. Bombing Cinder plus a Chain Vest in inventory means going up against this Wukong, there's just no damage to be had, man. He has the Tiamat to try to clear out the minions a little bit faster. He is just going to be focused on fighting the minions rather than the Shen himself, because he knows that he is nearly hopeless in the 1v1 at this moment. Here we go again. Shen does come in with a Night Taunt. Ultimate's going to be used by the Wukong. He will try to get something done, but the damage coming back through is just too much. He might go down. One more auto attack. The minions will finish him off, and Helta is able to find a solo kill. That is so important here for Team 11. While the Kai'Sa has been slowly ramping up on the bottom side, you need to have somebody on your team that is also getting ahead to try to combat that. If Kai'Sa is getting way ahead of her opponents and nobody on your team is answering that aggression, then how can you hope to go into the middle game? with an actual lead. Good Sleepy Bubble Trouble going to land on the Orianna. Big chunk of damage from Cruz. We have seen this be the story in the mid lane. Cruz is consistently winning these fights, but don't be deterred if you're a fan of Team 11. Pedro is still keeping up in farm. He has not died as of yet, and he is keeping things close. He is keeping it competitive. I still do believe that Team 11 have better scaling than Team number 3, so should they... Oh no! The Orianna, she walked back for onto Sleepy Bubble Trouble. That is going to mean she will go down. And just as I am singing the praises of Pedro, top 09, he makes a fatal mistake and gives an advantage right back over to Team number 3. Now the Infernal Drake has spawned onto the Rift, so Team 3, after just getting the kill in the mid lane, are going to feel free to walk over and start that one up. Up on the top side, Wukong still just running for his life. There is almost nothing he can do right now. And we will see the lead continuing to blossom for Team 3 here. Now an entire 1,000 gold up. Still not out of the realm of possibility for Team 11 to come back in this one. I have seen much bigger deficits being overcome here in the game of League of Legends. You should never surrender a game because it is always winnable. They just have to bide their time, try to wait for their items to come through, and then rely on their superior scaling to see them through to the teamfight victories. Karma and Caitlyn have been doing a fairly good job since the last kill of equalizing this lane. You can see them being much more respectful of Blueface on his Blitzcrank. They are playing very far back in the lane. Right now, though, as I say that, Caitlyn is getting aggressive. She's trying to punish the Blitzcrank for stepping so far up. They will force his flash. The hook's going to come through, and Lewis Carroll is waiting just outside the brush. A killing spree now for Dinosaurs. They're able to finish off on that kill. And once again, the Caitlyn is left all alone under the tower. 1v3 as the enemy team is pushing her in. And it seems what was a very safe lane for them has turned out to be almost a disaster as Dinosaur, he needs to go in for the 1v1 and he finds it. Outplaying Caitlyn and is able to get a flashy kill to further his lead to 4-0. Kelta, though, the shining light for Team 11, is still having a great game. He is very near to completing his Sunfire Cape. And you have to start to ask the question, Dinozord is a damage-dealing monster on the marksman of the bottom side, but Kelta is just a tanky brick wall. So what is going to win out on that fight? Oh my word! Cruz very nearly taking down Orianna there. She walks back to base with less than 10 HP. And that is going to be breathing a sigh of relief that she did not actually go down to that combo. But what my question is, coming into this mid game, will the tankiness of Shen be enough to stop Dinosaur? Or will all the damage that he has been able to build up with this early gold that he has been given be enough to punch through Shen's defenses? Now, the Shen still does have that Rift Herald in inventory. It will expire eventually after about another minute or so, so I will be looking for Ryzen to possibly come up to this top side. If they can find a kill onto this Wukong and then use the Rift Herald, that is a lot of gold if they take down that turret. That would start to even this game back up. Because as it stands, Team 11 are starting to slip further behind. Caitlyn has to early flash away from that Blitzcrank poke. She hasn't been hit by it yet, but if she was, she knew that she was almost certainly going to be going down. Ryzen Co., a bit of an unsung member here in this game, number 1, has just been farming away in the jungle. Graves, one of those champions that really wants to aggress onto the enemy bot lane. He's looking to do it right here, right now. He's down to just a few hundred HP. Here comes the Jax. They're able to take down Lewis Carroll. But can Dinosaur trade back? Can he avenge his fallen teammates? He is sitting in a 1v2 right now. The Caitlyn ultimate's going to come through. It's not going to be enough, but Orianna will be, as she's able to shut down the Kaisa a lot of gold into the pocket of Team 11's mid laner. Now Blueface caught behind enemy lines. He steps on a trap, and Caitlyn will be able to take him out. A big fight for Team 11 as they get some key members. They may have lost more people in that fight, but they shut down gold means that they come out ahead regardless. Meanwhile, though, because Helta decided to join the fight on the bottom side of the map, that means finally, for the first time all game, Wukong is able to pick up some farm and not have to worry about just being bullied out of the lane. He gets this turret down all the way to a quarter HP before Helta says, alright, that's enough, I'm going to use the teleport and rejoin the lane. He's even going to be chasing down the Wukong. The taunt does land. I don't believe the clone is available for Farah's dog. A couple of more auto attacks will have done it, but Shen, just not really the tankiest of champions. He does have that Tiamat as well to try to push in the lane. And oh no, Ryzen thought he was safe. He thought he was hidden in that breach, but he will just pop or jump away once he realizes he has been discovered. And now, because the jungler has been forced back, there's really nothing stopping from Team 3 from picking up this dragon. They are now on soul point, looking down the barrel of a mountain soul for themselves. If they're able to get that, it will be a lot of resistances and an extra shield on top of all their members, which is a very big thing to try to bypass all of the bursts coming through from things like the Orianna and the Blitzcrank. A good dodge there on the Blitzcrank hook from the Caitlyn. Once again, if that had landed, she would most certainly be going down. And as you can see, nobody has really come to answer this Rift Herald push up on the top side. Orianna and Shen tag teaming this push. They will guide Shelly in to get a charge off, and that will be the turret going down just under 50% HP. Oh my word, a great hook under the turret means Dinozord is going to get another kill. Caitlyn has been doing such a good job at dodging those all game, but it only takes one to actually land. And Dinozord continues his rampage, 6-1-1. This player is just a cut above the competition. We saw him pop off on the Ezreal in the semifinals. It was banned away from him here in this game, but he says, I don't care. It doesn't matter what champion you put me on. I am still going to carry. They will be taking down the turret. Won't be the first turret going over to Team 3. That one was picked up in the top lane by Team 11, but still, now that that turret is down, Kaisa is free to roam around the map and start taking her massive advantage. 2 items completed. If you take a look at the inventory of this Kaisa and compare it to the inventory of the Caitlyn, you see 2 items and completed boots against 1 item and uncompleted boots. Now, I may not have any sort of math degree, but 2 is better than 1, in my opinion. And Dinozord is going to be feeling very good going into these fights as he is massively ahead of his competition. A lot of members grouping up around this mid lane. Both outer lane turrets in the top and mid for Team 11 are critically low. So if you are Team 3, your next goal is going to be picking up all the gold that's still standing around the map. Their first objective is going to be this Rift Herald, a very powerful tool for knocking down those turrets, and they can then use that to finish off those very low turrets that are still on the map. You see pings coming out in both the top and middle lane. Team 3 knows exactly what they have to do. The Herald is sitting in the inventory of Graves right now. So watch where he goes. He's currently sitting in the jungle. Before they actually take down the turret, they want to see if anybody will be walking through the dark and scary woods. See if they could maybe perhaps pick them off. I actually wouldn't be surprised if Team 3 don't even use the Rift Herald here. This turret is low enough that you can take it down without committing the objective. However, the Jax will be jumping in on top of the Kaisa. Immediate Shen ultimate just to keep him safe. And now, with the reinforcements arriving from Team 11, it is a 4v3, and Team 3 will have to back off. Team 11 successfully will defend their turret. Flash forward, the taunt from Health Duck. and he will try to be stunning up these members, but it's not going to be enough. The damage is not there, and now the Zoe has joined the fight. She does so much damage that Team 11 has to retreat. Rezenko walking away with his slivers of a health bar. One more auto attack would have actually finished him off. And you can see how strong the Zoe has been able to get. Not grabbing a lot of kills, but her farm is the highest in the game. And the minions, despite popular belief, are actually the most effective way of getting gold throughout the game. So as you can see, the carries for Team 3 are extremely strong right now. And if Team 11 want to have any hope of coming back in this first game, they will have to find a way to shut them down. Now, they have the tools to do so. I am once again looking at this Shen and at this Jinx to be the ones to jump on top of the carries. If you can get an Orianna ball sitting on top of this Jinx, a Shen ultimate shielding him up as he jumps into the back line, and a shockwave pulling together multiple members, specifically the two carries of Dinosaur and iCrudes, it is still possible for Team 11 to win a big team fight and start to turn this game around. But if you cannot pull off that combo, if you cannot land that shockwave onto multiple members, this is going to keep happening to you. iCrudes is going to keep poking you down, and Team number 3 will continue to just roll over this game. This is the Dragon Soul that they are picking up right now, and Team 11 knows that they cannot even start to contest this. So now that game plan that we just laid out for them, where their only hope is to quickly burst down either this Kaisa or this Zoe, that just became a lot harder because they now have extra resistances and a big fat shield sitting on top of them. Things are looking bleak for Team 11. But still, they should be walking with their heads held high. They are not out of this game quite yet. 3,000 gold is by no means a decider in League of Legends. 6,000, 7,000, all the way up to 10,000, sure. Once you get to that point, you start to think, okay, I don't think we can win this. Let's just start planning how we're going to come back in game number 2. But 3,000? That's still a point where you can say, hey guys, don't give up quite yet. There is still a possibility for us to win this. And when I am looking at where they can actually win this game, it's this man right here, Rezenko, on the Jax. Such an incredibly powerful champion later on in the game. If you can somehow, some way, by wishing upon a star, with a wish to a fairy godmother, survive long enough for Jax to finish his build, then Rezenko by himself will almost be able to take on the entire team of Team 3. But the problem is getting there because iCrudes is just left and right, assassinating your members. Misu Hirano is going to be having an express ticket back to the base, courtesy of iCrudes. Oh, Caitlyn trying to body block for the Shen. I don't think that's the way it's supposed to go. But regardless, neither of them will go down. And now, Team 3 is walking into the jungle. Caitlyn walks up too far and will immediately get blown up. The next target will be Rezenko. A flash forward to chase him down from Dinosaur, but Jax will just ward hop to safety. However, with the front line and main carry threat down, there is nothing stopping Team 3 from just walking over to this Baron. Rezenko had to go all the way back to base with his low health bar, so he won't even be available to jump in and steal it. This Baron is getting shredded down so fast, just a few thousand HP, and no members anywhere near to contest means that that will be an easy pickup objective for them. And I am very impressed with the way that Team 3 played that last team fight. They knew that the Baron was up and that that was going to be their best shot at closing out this game in the next couple minutes. But did they go straight over to it and try to rush it down? No. They sit in the jungle, they lay a trap, and they're able to catch out multiple members of Team 11, because if your enemies are not alive, they cannot stop you from taking the Baron. This is a very well thought out, calculated team that is obviously playing on the same page. And it is very refreshing to see this level of coordination coming out from them. Now, Rosenko will once again try to take his hand into 1v1. Does have the Triforce completed, so he is not a total pushover. But with Tier 1 moves, he is struggling to actually chase down the members of Team 3. With Baron buff and Dragon Soul in hand, I don't expect this to go on too much longer, but Jax will be looking for a 1v1. The Wukong has, throughout the game, been the easiest target, and Rosenko will finally find an opening, finally find some gold, finally find a kill for himself in the bottom lane. But meanwhile, his turret is going down as Team 3 is pressuring on all sides. The Caitlyn ultimate is going to bring the jungler low. The Graves will fall, and could this be the fight that Team 11 needs? A double kill for Dino says otherwise. He is just tearing through the entire team. Triple kill, quadra kill. Will he get the penta? It's down to this very last fight. Chase, he will shut her down. The penta has been denied, but iCruz will get revenge for his fallen teammate, and he will be the last member alive on the Rift. Wukong going to be teleporting right after he spawns in, and this inhibitor should belong to team number 3. They also have waves in both top and bottom lane if they want to walk over there and try to take even more. But the rest of Team 11 is spawning, and so they are quickly going to find themselves outnumbered and will decide to go back to base. Signs of life, though, coming out from Team 11. That was honestly their best option for coming back into this game, was that fight. Jax was able to find a free kill on the bottom side. They were able to land CC onto Dinosaur, but it is just too late, as this Kai'Sa has now completed 3 items and is working on a 4th, and has so much damage that no matter how many members stand in her way, she will mow them all down. Now in League of Legends, there stands one objective so strong, so powerful, that it has been able to consistently turn around games no matter the deficit, and it is the Elder Dragon, and it's what they'll be fighting over right now. Rosenko finds a good pick, but the Blitzcrank does not go down. He survives for so long, and now it is Dinosaur wreaking havoc in the backline. A double kill already. Lewis will be able to chase down another one as the Karma will fall, and now it is up to Orianna, the last remaining member. 23 seconds until she is going to be able to get help from her teammates. They are all staring down death timers, and it looks like this is going to be it. Game number 1, and a very dominating stomp will be going over to Team 3. One Nexus turret has already fallen, the second one will go down, and Dinosaur continuing his reign of terror in this tournament. It almost feels like the semifinals hasn't even ended. And team number 3 will pick up game number 1. And a very impressive showing from Dinosaur and the rest of his team going into that match. I was a bit skeptical with their composition. It did get heavily outscaled despite the Kai'Sa in the bottom lane. But they were able to overcome with just sheer mechanics, and Dinosaur once again popping off. I think Team 11 is going to have to come up with a new game plan to shut this man down if they want any hope at turning around and coming in with the reverse sweep. We're going to go into a short break, though, as these players get ready for game number 2. Don't go anywhere. The action will continue right after this.
O inglês une todas as culturas e transforma um mundo em um só. E faz parte da cultura inglesa trazer este mundo até você. Aprender inglês de verdade, de forma dinâmica e divertida, com aulas ao vivo pela internet, faz parte da cultura inglesa. Com os professores mais capacitados do mercado, que te ajudarão a falar inglês desde a primeira aula. Ser a escola de inglês mais completa, com as melhores condições de pagamento, faz parte da cultura inglesa. O mundo faz parte da cultura inglesa. O inglês une todas as culturas e transforma um mundo em um só. E faz parte da cultura inglesa trazer este mundo até você. Aprender inglês de verdade, de forma dinâmica e divertida, com aulas ao vivo pela internet, faz parte da cultura inglesa. Com os professores mais capacitados do mercado que te ajudarão a falar inglês desde a primeira aula. Ser a escola de inglês mais completa, com as melhores condições de pagamento, faz parte da cultura inglesa. O mundo faz parte da cultura inglesa.
Welcome back, everybody, to game number 2 of this grand finals for the Cultura Inglesa League of Legends tournament. Once again, I am Trevor Audio Goodrich, your caster for tonight. We just saw what was a very, very impressive showing from Dinosaur and the rest of team number 3 going into this game. We're going to be jumping right into draft as Team 11 has opted to swap sides here in this second game. Now, a best of 3 means that this is series point. If Team 3 is able to walk away with another victory, that will be it. Done and dusted, they will be the champions of this tournament. And the way they've been playing, they do look like they deserve it. But if you are Team 11, there is still a hope. Your top side of the map had a really great game. So I think you should ditch the tank tops and you can try to get an aggressive matchup for him up there on the top side. Also, ban away the Kaisa, ban away the Ezreal, and ban away your Blitzcrank. Bing, bada, boom, there's your 3 bans right there. Dinosaur has already shown that he is an incredible Kaisa and Ezreal player. And the Blitzcrank for his support has just been way too clean, way too good at getting him his advantages. I think banning the Blitzcrank, as you can see that they did, is already going to be a big step in shutting down Dinosaur. And look at that, Helta locks in Chase. They're listening. They did exactly what we needed them to do. This is now Helta, who on the shed, a tanky champion that is not supposed to do damage, got a huge lead by himself in the top lane. So that right there speaks to me that you should put this guy on a carry that is supposed to do damage. Because if he was doing damage on a champion that isn't supposed to, imagine what he could do on something like the Chase. And with the Blitzcrank Gong, what are we going to see come out from Blueface? He played it in the semifinals paired with the Ezreal. He played it in Game 1 of the Grand Finals paired with Kaisa. And now you have this Ashe, who is one of the strongest laners right now in the current meta. And pairing that with a Morgana, who is a very good choice at protecting her ADC from CC, from those engaged champions that we have seen Blueface like to play. And this is why I love best of 3s and best of 5s so much. And I came into the series hyping them up as opposed to best of 1s because we get to see things like this, where going into game number 2, even though it was a complete stomp for team number 3, a new draft and a new look at how these teams are going to play could actually give us a different outcome. For Team 11, though, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're going to go right back to the Graves, the Orianna. The Thresh is going to be hovered and the set locked in alongside it. This set will most likely be going up the top side against the Chase, but we have seen Set get a little bit crazy in the recent days, flexing around to multiple different lanes. There's the Karma lock-in, though, for Team 11, and that's going to mean that either Morgana or Karma is going to be headed to a solo lane. This draft is actually very untelling. Technically, both Karma and Morgana can play mid. Karma can actually play top mid or support, and Jace has been flexed between top and mid before as well. The Cane locked in 2 means that this is a very, very high damage composition that will either live or die in the first 30 minutes of the game. And I honestly completely agree with this. Going up against team number 3 and the absolute type in Dinozord, you don't really want to be going later on in the game because that is where AD carries really shine. And that is where their star player is playing. So if you can end this game before 30 minutes, I think that's the best shot Team 11 actually has to take team number 3 down and take us to a game number 3. But we've seen the compositions. We've gone over how they should play. There's nothing else to do. Hurry up and wait. We're going to be going to a short break once more as we get ready for game number 2. Team number 3 could close it all out right here, but team number 11 still have one more chance to play Folly to their perfect run. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with another exciting game in this grand final. You won't want to miss it.
todas as culturas e transforma um mundo em um só. E faz parte da cultura inglesa trazer este mundo até você. Aprender inglês de verdade, de forma dinâmica e divertida, com aulas ao vivo pela internet, faz parte da cultura inglesa. Com os professores mais capacitados do mercado, que te ajudarão a falar inglês desde a primeira aula. Ser a escola de inglês mais completa, com as melhores condições de pagamento, faz parte da cultura inglesa. O mundo faz parte da cultura inglesa.
Welcome back, everybody. It's Caster Audio here to bring you all the action in this exciting game number 2 between team number 3 and team number 11 in this best of 3 grand finals of Cultura Inglesa League of Legends tournament. Once again, this is going to be the last chance for team number 11. They have to find a way to shut down Dinosaur, shut down this bottom half of the map, and actually close out the game. Because if now on this misfortune, if you allow Dinosaur to get into the mid to late game, he is going to be an absolute monster to deal with. But I think they've given themselves some good tools to equip to actually pull that off. We saw up in the top side, after a very strong performance on Shen in game number 1, going to be going over to a Jace. And Jace, one of those picks that gets a lot of flack in the League of Legends community because, yes, he is a very strong champion, and if he gets ahead, can just completely take over a game. But if he does not get ahead, he is one of the most worthless champions you will ever see. He does absolutely no damage, has very little CC or team fighting capabilities. So I am expecting a lot of focus on the top side of the map for Team 11. Honestly, you can just give up bot side. The Caitlyn, or the Ashe and the Morgana, going up against Dinosaur, we already expect them to probably be operating at a deficit. But even if you have to completely give up your tower and just go down 50 to 60 farm, as long as you get top lane ahead, I think that is going to be worth it. So Team 11, please, please, please put all of your time, all of your resources into the top half of the map, because that is going to be the way to take this to a game number 3. We'll be getting you into game as soon as we can to watch this amazing action between these two squads. Team number 3, though, they are feeling so good right now. Coming off their impressive win in the semifinals, Dinosaur was already able to pop off. They're looking to continue their clean sweep through the tournament. But without further delay, we're going to be getting you on to Summoner's Rift.
Bem-vindo a Summoner's Rift.
And here we are. So we do see where the individual champions are going to be going. It will be Morgana in that mid lane and Ashe plus Karma down there in the bot side. This is actually interesting to me. I expected the Morgana to be the one to go down into the bottom lane to try to prevent the CC coming through from Thresh. Blueface has already shown that he is a very dangerous player whenever he is given one of these engaged supports with hooks like Blitzcrank, Thresh, Nautilus, these kinds of carries. Morgana is one of the best ways to shut that down. The Black Shield being able to eat all of that CC. Now, granted, Thresh is one of those champions that can actually overcome that Black Shield because after he lands the hook, sure, it won't actually CC the enemy, but he can still take that hook in and get right up in your face and CC you afterwards. But I still think that Morgana would have been able to keep Vitoma a little bit safer. The Karma, however, is going to offer them a bit more damage. Each has a lot of long-range poke that Karma very greatly accentuates. This lane, if played correctly, can be very oppressive and shove the misfortune under her tower. Because, especially since you're going to have a melee plus range versus a double range matchup. So if Team 3 are able to, Team 11 are able to exploit this, it could work out in their advantage. Still, though, I would like to see them focus on Helta up near the top side. The Jace is a champion that needs a lot of resources and a lot of help to get an advantage, especially up against something like Set. He should be able to poke him down fine early on, but if you're not able to finish off those kills, Jace is going to be a miserable spot for this squad. Already, Blueface finds a hook down there on the bottom side. It won't add up to too much, though, as level 2 or level 2 Misfortune is not the greatest at finishing off those kills. Both junglers just going to be going for an early full clear. Actually, Helta is able to chunk down his opponent to just 200 HP. Set is going to be regenning it back up. A very annoying champion to try to lane against as a lane bully because of his passive that gives him extra health regen, the lower health he actually is. Pair that with the Doran shield giving him health regen every time he takes damage, and seemingly a champion that you have very low, is going to be back up and healthy in no time. A flash over the wall from the Kane, though. He is on the wrong side of the map. Will the set be able to find him? He does pull him back in with a face breaker, but he doesn't have the damage to finish him off. Helta tries to go in for the trade, but Cruz roams up from the mid lane and turns it around. It will be the first blood for the top laner of team number 3. Lewis Carroll is going to make it a second as he dives under the turret to finish off Flashless Rosenko. And all of a sudden, the top lane is what is ahead for Team 11, and that is a disaster. We know how strong their bottom lane is already, and Helta TP's back in. He flashes forward. He tries to finish off the set, but the shield is going to be too much. He will walk away to live to see another day. I do appreciate the aggression coming through from Team 11. It is exactly what you needed to do. Unfortunately, what they didn't count on was Cruz, roaming all the way up from the mid lane and turning around the early fight. And now the one lane that was supposed to be the salvation for Team 11 is now working at a disadvantage. Like I said, chase from behind is not something you want to watch. It's not very pretty. He is not going to do a lot of damage if Set is able to get some early armor under his belt. And already you can see Fair is relying on his strong base stats and chunking this chase out. Major, though, he is going to be shoving in Cruz, looking for an angle on that binding. Doesn't quite find it. Helta is able to find a good engage. No flash on that set. Doesn't have the shield either. And there's the solo kill we're looking for. A huge grab from the chase. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Pedro will have to flash away. Does land the binding. Keeps himself safe. But Cruz, he has been a standout performer on this squad. We'll see if Rosenko can punish him. He will just walk back to his lane. The comment, bringing Pedro very low. He is within flash auto range. Lewis does not have the auto attack, but Pedro is running away from his tower. It will just be the push in from the Graves and Morgana, putting that Morgana even further behind. And Lewis, he's not done here. He's looking to get aggressive. Kane, not a very strong champion until he gets his transformation into either red or blue. Graves, on the other hand, excels in skirmishing one-on-one here in these early jungle fights. So I love to see the aggression coming in from him. He knows that in a solo isolated matchup, he will win that fight against Rosenko 9 out of 10 times, so he is doing everything he can to get in his face and try to steal camps away. Early Ocean Dragon is going to go a long way to keeping this top lane healthy up against the Jace, as he will be able to regen even more of that health that is being poked down. And Team 3 is once again off to a very good start here. Although they are working at a gold disadvantage. Or sorry, my apologies, it is Team 11 working at a gold disadvantage. Team 3 is off to an even stronger start than before. Last game at 8 minutes, they had about a 400 gold lead. This time, just at the 7-minute mark, they are over 1,000 gold in the lead. And most of that coming from the top of the map. And their jungle mid duo. So, honestly, an even greater improvement over game number 1, which was already incredibly impressive. Ferris now gets the pullback onto Helta, who is a little under half HP, but with the level advantage, he is going to be fine as them. No objectives on the map right now, because we'll probably see a bit of a slowdown in the game pace. Probably until that Rift Herald does come online. And then both these teams will be looking to probably pressure around that objective. Helta should probably get a reset off before then. He was able to get an early serrated dirt. That lethality going to go a long way against this set, who has yet to build any armor. Opted into the double longsword instead. A very aggressive build for a matchup where he is just looking to survive the laning phase. Good interrupt on the back here, the bottom lane, as Karma is able to keep Misfortune in lane a little bit longer will actually be a bigger impact than it looks like, because if Dinozord was able to get that recall off there, he most likely would have gone up to the top side of the map. You saw the set coming in with the recall at the same time. A instant heal, though, coming through as Blueface is able to find a poke. But Team 3 were looking to pull off a lane swap where both the top and bottom lane recall at the same time, and then they actually bring the bottom lane up to the top side of the map, because that is where there is an objective up. So if you can get your strong bottom lane to find a winning fight, hang on though, Shockwave going to land, but so will the Binding, and a 1v2 means Crude should, by all means, go down. One more W will slay him. Rosenko is not going to find it quite yet. He slows him down, but can he actually finish it off? Louis Carroll comes to the rescue, and iCrude will once again pull a Houdini and walk away safely. This man has been targeted so many times but refuses to go down, but that Binding should seal the deal as Rosenko finally cashes in. Now Lewis looking for a trade. They 1-for-1, but can he get out alive? No, he won't. Helta will pick up a second kill in the game. And you'll love to see the roams coming in from team number 3. They realized that sitting in lane was not going to be enough for Helta to take over this game, so they said, fine, we'll start bringing him to the other lanes. They brought him to Crude's. They're able to put some more gold into his pocket. And this Jace might just be enough to start to pressure Team 3. Dinozord has not been able to get off to the same lead he has in previous games. Sure, he is currently operating 30 CS above his opponent, but that is nothing in comparison to the advantage he has had in previous games. So I think if there ever was an opportunity for Team 11 to take this to a Game 3, this is it. This is the scenario needed. Louis Carroll going to be soloing down that Rift Herald on the top side of the map. Helta just going to be doing his best to try to poke down first in lane. Ooh, a big Facebreaker combo is actually going to go in the favor of the set. Another good hook onto Blueface. He gets the CC, and he puts it in place for the bullet time to finish him up. Wonderful placement of the ultimate there for Dinozord, and the first kill is on the board for Misfortune. All of a sudden, this starts to get a bit scarier. If MF is able to start getting an advantage, then things look pretty scary for Team 11. Heltak has not gotten as far ahead as we had liked him to, and oh no, he goes in for the 1v1, the flash forward, the ultimate, the showstopper, and Ferris is able to find a flashy 1v1 kill. Rosenko will make him pay with his life and turn it into a 1-for-1 trade, but while showing in the top side, that means that there is nobody left to defend this dragon. Once again, it is going to be the objective going over to the way of Team 11. Team 3, rather, I apologize. Asher will be thrown out to try to find some sort of delay or some sort of steal, but with no vision, it is a very difficult CC to pull off, so nothing will actually. And once again, we see Team 3 in a very dominant team state, picking up all the objectives as well as finding multiple advantages in the laning phase. I expect once again we are going to fall into a 5-minute lull as we wait for some of these objectives to come back up onto the map. But rest assured, both these squads are going to scale up just fine. I am a tad worried about the front line for Team 11, but I think they should be a little bit more worried about what Louis Carroll is doing to them right now. He is charging in without any fear. But maybe he should have just a little bit, because Blueface and Graves are so low. There's one kill, there's a second, and Team 3 might have bitten off a little bit more than they could chew, and a couple kills go back over to their opponents, closing the gold gap. Very crucial fight there for team number 3, not only getting kills onto their Kayn and getting them further towards that transformation, but I believe one also went on to the Ashe as well. keeping him in line with Dinozord's misfortune. Ooh, Helta looking to get behind Ferris. He knocks him back into the lane, and that should be a 1v1 kill. Rosenko is able to find another pickup on the bottom side of the map, and all of a sudden, Team 11 are showing brilliant signs of life. They have closed this game in to 400 gold, and I did not think they could do it, but they have found a way. They are keeping themselves in this match. Oh, Lewis. He might have found, he does see the Karma, but decides to just let her go. As instead, the real prize is going to be the bottom lane turret. He will be dropping the Rift Herald there, looking to cash in on this first turret to gold. There is no way Helta on his own will be able to finish that one up at the top side before this Rift Herald takes it down the bottom. By Thomas, just going to try to pick up this wave coming in. And as we start to take a look at item breakpoints, Oriana, who iCruit has not been the flashiest player on Team 3 by any means. You don't often see him being the one to get the 1v1 outplay or look for a lot of kills. But what he does provide this team is a very consistent form of play. He has, throughout this series, always had very good farm, has never really died a lot in laning phase. The 2 deaths is more than he has had in this series, but he's always able to get to his item breakpoints exactly what his team needs him. The Luden's Echo coming in before any member on his squad is able to actually finish their first item, apart from the Essence Reaver on Dinosaur. But honestly, Dinozord is probably almost has half gold for his second item right now with the massive advantage he has. He's almost at the 10 CS per minute mark, and he has a kill to his name. But I have been impressed with both the mid and bot lane carries for Team 3. They have been stepping up time and time again. Now they're looking for a fight, a good fight back from Dinozord. It is going to be Graves caught out with that Astro. Will he be able to escape? Pedro blocks onto multiple members and goes golden, but Dinozord takes him out as he comes back in with the bullet time. He now flashes over the wall on the hunt for his third kill. Already has the double. What is that damage? Can anybody see this man? Karma sure can't, and iCruit is going to pick up that final kill. A massive fight there for team number 3 as they once again break this game open and put themselves in a serious advantage. The mid lane tier 1 will be their prize on top of the fight. And ooh, Heltek, he might be able to go for the solo kill under the turret here. One dive in and there it is. He flashes out to safety. And 4 and 2 on this chase. We are again in a scenario where it's going to be Helta versus Dinosaur. Who can carry their team apart? Because both of them are sitting a ridiculous amount of gold ahead of their opponents. But will this full lethality chase actually be able to find the shot? I actually give the advantage over to Dinosaur in this situation because he has his entire team to back him up, to block those chase shots, to heal for him, where Helta on this chase really has to kind of go in alone. The Dragon's going to go down, but Team 11 want to try to find the fight where they do get one kill and make Team 3 at least pay for the objective they've taken. But once again, Cloud Soul is going to be coming up very soon for Team 11. They are already on Soul Point, just 17 and a half minutes into the game. And regardless of their team fighting ability, which has been stellar, you cannot say that this team does not play around the objectives. They have the fights, they have the mechanics, and you can tell they have them as well. This is just an overall very well-rounded team that has been, honestly, speed-running the tournament to this point. 2,000 gold down is by no means a game-ending deficit, but we have seen what Team 3 can do if they are given a lead. Helta is going to try to go in, but does get pulled into the rest of the team. Dinosaur is in a very dangerous spot. He's going to be able to go down. Then the shockwave will pull Rizenko back away. A beautiful ultimate there from iCrude saves the fight. It saves his carries. The Rift Herald plus 3 kills is going to go over to Team 3. And now they're going to be looking to go to the top side to grab the cherry on top, the last remaining Tier 1 turret. Another show of absolute dominance here for team number 3. Dinosaur, what can this man not do? We saw him perform on Pesa. We saw him perform on S. He's now dominating on the Misfortune. Feels like no matter how many bans you throw at him, he is going to be able to show up on the day. Rizenko has been able to finally get his transformation. Red Kane will be joining the Rift. The 1v1 is very strong for this champion. A great ultimate to dodge out onto the Facebreaker, and a solo kill for the jungler of Team 11. Really good job punishing the set for staying too long, trying to guide that Rift Herald in and get that second charge off without any assistance from his team. I do like the play to guide Shelly in, but you need to be committing more members if you're going to step up that far. And now with the top laner down, Team 3 is going to walk up and try to pressure this mid lane turret. Helta's going to go in, find a good chunk onto Lewis Carell and knock him back away. And now Team 11 will just back off. Rizenko, though, he's come in behind. He was able to find a knock up on a Dinosaur. But is he going to be able to find anything after that? A great Ash Arrow locks up the jungler of Team 3. But a Shockwave, again, is going to keep him safe. My goodness, iCrudes, can you find any more perfect abilities? He has just been absolutely smurfing these fights. Not only is he drawing in multiple members, but saving his carries as well. He goes gold and his health tries to take him out, and the bullet time will buy him enough space to walk away safe. Lewis Carell chasing down Rizenko. Red Kane, very powerful in the 1v1, but is it going to be enough? Will the healing suffice? He is able to go over the wall and dodge out on that Facebreaker, but Dino does not want to let him go. He flashes over the wall and cleans up the fight, and with the jungler gone, Baron is now a serious threat. 2 members down from Team 11, and a very stacked Dinosaur. But unfortunately, Lewis Carell is way too low. He cannot actually tank up that Baron. Does a lot of damage in his own right, and so instead, Team 3 are going to grab their farm, they're going to go back to base, spend their items, and they're going to try again. Dragon spawning here in just under a minute. If Team 3 wanted to go for that objective, they would be securing their Cloud Sword. Increased ultimate cooldown reduction across the board, as well as a burst of movement speed when using it, and passive movement speed as well. That cooldown reduction going to be the main benefit for this squad, as you see a lot of high-profile ultimates in the Orianna Shockwave and Misfortune Bullet Time, which will now be up and available nearly every fight if Team 11 is not able to take this one away. But you can see they are going to contest for it. Helta is going to teleport in, so he is there for the fight. They might have found a 1v2 on the jungler. Lewis Carroll has to stay alive for this dragon. He is able to take down one, but he does fall. A great Astral falls onto Dino. A quick cleanse is able to keep himself alive, and he trades jungler for jungler. Now it's a battle of Set and Morgana, but the dragon is on Team 3's side. Team 11's side, rather, as he's able to take down the Set. Now a 3v. Neither team has a jungle. Neither team has a top laner. It is going to come down for a 50-50 on who gets this dragon should they continue to fight. Cruz does get binded up under the tower, and once again, the dragon, he has decided he is a Team 11 fan. He wants this to go to a game number 3. You see, he's just currently whittling away at Team 3's health bar. They will have to go back to base and reset heal back up, spend their items, and Team 11, they know that this is their one chance. Dino, though, he has stuck around. He is just over this pit. He has full vision. There's the hook. There's the time. It's a huge one. It rips through multiple members of the team. Dino's going to take the blast going over, but it's just going to be to his death. He does find a double kill, but he will go down in the process. Now, it is going to be jungle on jungle. Lewis Carroll is able to pick up the dragon. There's the Cloud Soul for team number 3. But who will the fight go to afterwards? They're starting to win it. Only one remaining member in Pedro. And while he is going to be chased down, Oriana and Seth just run into the mid lane and start pushing up this wave. Once the rest of the members arrive, I expect Team 3 to go over to this Baron. Now 7,000 gold ahead in 24 minutes. Once again, we are at a point where this game is looking all but over. The inhibitor turret is under siege, already down to half HP. And what can Team 11 do to stop this absolute massacre from Team 3? At this point, I just don't know. The future of this series seems very grim for Team 11. Flash away from Fair is very worried about the engage there from the chase. But here comes the Kane, able to find some damage onto the set, but wow, that bullet time just tears through the entire squad, and blink and you'll miss it. Now they're there, now they're not. All of Team 11 minus Pedro once again has just been deleted, and there is nobody left to stop them from taking down this Baron. It will go over to Team 3. They will be pushing into the base, and they will be looking to end this game in the next 2 or 3 minutes. It would take nothing short of a miracle for Team 11 to come back in this game. They are 11,000 gold down at this point. I want to see if Miss Fortune is going to finish her 3rd item here. She is waiting in base. She has a ridiculous amount of gold. We'll see what happens, but this Ash is still only at the 1 item late at the ranking. Helta and Pharma are going to try to make a hero play and punish Ferris, who does stay a little bit too long. So that's going to put some gold back into their pockets, but I still don't think it's going to be enough for them. Dino's still hanging around in base. I am a little worried. I hope he isn't having connectivity issues. Unfortunately, in remote productions, that is a very real threat. But what is also a very real threat is this Oriana from Croods. He's able to just take down all of the members, and I can't even finish a sentence because the domination is just so fast here from team number 3. They might not even need the misfortune. Lewis Carroll is an unkillable frontline, a triple kill, and an ace coming through from team number 3, and that might just be the end of the game, the end of the series. They're wearing their purple capes, and they're marching their very up-powered minions right down the mid lane. Still 20 seconds in both Helta and Pedro. The rest of the team will be coming up in time to defend this. And it looks like this might just be the inhibitor push here from team number 3, unless Karma is able to make it out to safety. I was a bit worried that she had stepped up too far. The inhibitor will go down. Now, team 3 have the option to keep pushing for the end here, or they could use this wave that Oriana is bringing in from the bot lane to try to take another inhibitor. Pedro was able to find a binding to set, but a very tanky champion has no worries whatsoever. Helta is trying to go in and do the damage, but he just doesn't have enough. The front line is way too strong, and it is Dino with the GA. No fear, flashing forward, gets 1 kill, gets 2 the whole time, pick up a 3rd. The Shockwave is going to bring in 1 more member for the 4th, and will Misfortune be able to pick up her pentakill here? Last remaining member, Ryanko. There's the auto attack, there's the Q. No, Oriana will secure that one, but the Nexus will go over to team number 3. Congratulations, our grand final champions of the Cultura Inglesa tournament in a speed run of a grand finals accumulative less than 1 hour of game time. Dino and Dinosaur and Squad put on an absolute clinic of how to play League of Legends here today. And congratulations once again to Lewis Carroll, iCruise, Blueface 2004, Ferris Dog Game 12, and Dinosaur 3000 for their victory here in the grand finals. You have to give so much credit to the bottom lane of this squad. Dino, always having a star performance. You can see capping 24,000 damage in that fight. The game only lasted 28 minutes. That is a ridiculous number to be doing. And then also, his trusty support by his side was consistently able to grab these high engaged champions and find the hooks, find the plays. The ADC is nothing without the support setting them up to carry the game, and Dino was set up very well by the rest of his squad. That is going to wrap it up for us here, though. Thank you so much to everybody tuning in to this event. I have had so much fun casting over this tournament for you. We are going to be back coming up next week, Friday, for another tournament, the next bracket of the English-speaking students practicing their skills in League of Legends. Honestly, one of the most fun homework assignments I have ever heard of in the history of education is practicing another language by playing League of Legends. It is going to be an exciting match, so make sure you stay tuned to Cultura Inglesa and everything they're doing. I have to give a huge thank you to them as well for bringing me on the broadcast today. This broadcast would not be possible without all the hard work that they have put in to making it. But thank you so much to everybody that came out, to everybody that played, and to all the fans of Cultura Inglesa's tournament out there. We'll be signing off for the rest of the night. We'll see you next week. Good night.